Hi, Nathan.
Good morning.
Welcome. You are presenting our next Upper Dr. Jose Rizal Park
Yes.
renovation. All right, I'm going to pull up your presentation.
Great,
Nope.
thank you.
Back to the down at the bottom slideshow.
Screen sharing. Okay. Oops. Okay, can you see your presentation?
Yes, I can.
All right, I'm going to pass you the remote. And you should be able to double click and just make sure you can move your slides back and forth. Okay, now it looks like you. Okay. And I will be timing you today, so you have 12 minutes to present. And the committee will hold their questions until the end, and then we'll have a brief period for them to ask questions. So you may begin whenever you're ready.
Great, I will kick us off. Good morning. My name is Nathan DePinto. I'm a capital grant analyst at the Seattle Parks and Recreation. Thank you for the opportunity to present our renovation project at Upper Dr. Jose Rizal Park. Upper Dr. Jose Rizal is located near downtown Seattle on the north side of Beacon Hill, directly south of the International District. The park was originally developed in the 1970s and has not seen significant investment in nearly 50 years. Many of the park elements are in disrepair and are no longer able to serve the community. The renovation project will upgrade existing amenities and introduce new ones while improving accessibility and visibility throughout the park. Here we can see the 1975 park development plan, which the original shelter is still in place. There are several parks nearby. Most of these parks only consist of open green spaces that lack recreational opportunities. While there are two parks with similar offerings on the edge of the walkshed, these parks primarily serve different communities given the hilly terrain of the area. Seattle Parks and Recreation has identified several gaps that this project directly addresses. The neighborhood lacks parks that cater to the diverse needs of the community. The nearby green spaces fall short of providing well-maintained play areas, picnic shelters, restrooms, and spaces for community gatherings. The parking lot occupies a substantial portion of the park, and this limits the available space for recreation and detracts from the park's overall aesthetics and functionality. The park has not undergone a significant renovation in 50 years, therefore many of the amenities, including the restroom, the picnic shelter, and the play area, are in dire need of renovation. For example, the park originally featured 3 play areas, but now only one small element remains. The community has also expressed concerns that the park feels unsafe and unwelcoming. This feedback presents an opportunity to redesign the park with a focus on crime prevention through environmental design, making it a more secure and inviting space for everyone. Our community surveys have revealed that residents primarily come to the park for its breathtaking views and to use its community space, often gathering here to socialize and attend events. Without much needed renovation, the park will struggle to meet the evolving needs of the community and may no longer effectively serve the residents who rely on the park for gatherings, recreation, and community events. Enhancing the space will significantly boost its appeal, particularly for the children and families, which is especially important with the opening of a new affordable housing development directly across the street. With an estimated 250 new families joining the neighborhood, the renovated park will provide them with a space to play and congregate safely, while taking advantage of the spectacular views. We anticipate that the recreational usage will increase drastically as both the local community and visitors take full advantage of the park's breathtaking views and newly revitalized spaces. Upper Dr. Jose Rizal is in a great position to serve a growing community. With over 3,600 people living within walking distance and a new housing development opening soon, the demand for an accessible, well-maintained recreational space is at an all-time high. This new development will add an estimated 750 people to the community, bringing even more families and residents who will rely on the park for their recreational and social needs. The need for renovation has been identified through several in-person community engagement sessions, surveys, and Seattle Parks and Recreation's new Elevate initiative. This initiative selected a member of the community to work alongside our design team, ensuring that the plans reflect the community's needs and desires. The community shares a widespread perception that the park is unwelcoming. This discourages regular use and community gatherings. For example, the lack of modern recreational activities limits the park's appeal, especially for families with younger children looking to play. The park's steep terrain and outdated infrastructure also makes it difficult for those with mobility challenges to fully enjoy the park. These issues highlighted by the community showcase the urgent need to create a more inclusive, engaging, and accessible space for all. Furthermore, this project is included in both our asset plan and our 2024 Parks and Open Space Plan. The northern portion of the park, which has a restroom, multiple viewpoints, and a large parking lot. The restrooms are in poor condition and are not accessible. The park is known for its stunning views, but they are often underutilized due to the current design and unwelcoming atmosphere that attracts unwanted behaviors. One such element is the drive-through parking lot, which tends to attract a lot of non-recreational use. Located at the south end of the park is the original shelter from the 1970s, a single play element, and the amphitheater. The shelter, unfortunately, is in a state of disrepair and contributes to the hard-to-see areas of the park that can feel unsafe. The play element is small, uninviting, and sad. It provides little to engage children and families. The amphitheater, while in decent shape, could benefit from enhancements to better serve the community and align with the overall revitalization effort of the park. The project scope includes several key elements designed to enhance the park's functionality and appeal. Inspired by the successful designs of Mount Baker Ridge Viewpoint Park and West Woodland Park Playground, the project aims to provide the community with a revitalized space. The renovation project will create ample recreation opportunities that include play areas, viewpoints, walking paths, areas for socializing events, and so much more. It is crucial to recognize the park will also preserve its existing cultural layers, which highlight Filipino culture and history. We're currently at schematic design, and in the northern section of the park, we plan to renovate the existing restrooms to be modern, fully accessible, providing a welcoming experience for all visitors, regardless of ability. The parking lot will also be greatly reduced in size to create an additional room for play and minimize unwanted behaviors. There will also be 2 accessible parking stalls to ensure that visitors with mobility challenges can still easily access the park. The newly created space from the reduced parking lot will lead into the community and play area located in the central area of the park. This area will include a covered community space and 2 play areas, one for children aged 2 to 5 and one for ages 5 to 12. The addition of the 2 play areas directly responds to the dense population of children and the anticipated increase from the upcoming affordable housing development, which will include a daycare facility on site. Lastly, I might have lost the presentation from my view.
Yeah, I don't think the committee's seeing it either.
Nathan, I know that RCO did mention having some technical difficulties, so I'm sure someone will be on here shortly. Don't worry.
All right, thank you. Let's
I think they're just trying to sort some things out, Nathan. So don't worry. We'll get it figured out.
Great, thank you.
Uh-huh.
1 minute, folks. We had a massive technical failure here. I'm so sorry, Nathan. If you could just stand by while I figure out what's going on. And I'm curious, did you finish your presentation? I got completely booted out.
No, I think I'm on like slide 14, so I'm about halfway through.
Okay, let's pause. We may actually have you start again. I'm so sorry. Hang on just 1 moment.
I'm popping up here on the screen so you don't feel alone, Nathan.
Thank you.
We're here, I promise.
Yeah, there are actual people here.
No, at first I thought
Hi,
I just
Nathan.
lost the view. Oh, I can see it again.
Your screen again. You can see it?
Yes,
Okay.
back up.
Yeah, and Jen, I did get your note. When someone's presenting, I'm unable to respond to your messages. But I've got tech support. I've got someone calling me. Sorry, guys, hang on just 1 moment. Okay, so I'm curious, did any of the evaluators get kicked out of the meeting as well? Or was it just on RCO's end?
I think
I got
in you guys, I was watching the live stream and it seemed like everybody was still in there.
Okay.
I
Okay,
got kicked out for about 30 seconds, but then
Watching
I
a little
came back.
delayed.
okay,
So I'm not sure it could have,
okay,
it looks like it's still going. There
okay.
you are, Deanne.
Here I am.
But
Okay.
Deanne,
Yes.
it needs to be recorded though, right?
Yeah, and my recording button is on, but I got that same message, Jen, that you did too.
I got the message and then I didn't see the recording button after that. It just said YouTube.
Okay,
At around 10:21, I guess it would have been.
10:21, okay.
And it might make sense for starting over the presentation because the recording mine said recording stopped pretty early on in there,
Yeah.
probably when you started having problems.
Okay, okay, hang tight just 1 moment, guys. I'll be right back with you. Hey, Nathan, I do have confirmation that the live stream continued, even though we had a failure on the Zoom end. So we're gonna have you just pick up where you're at and keep moving forward. Thank you,
Good.
and I do apologize. So I need to give you control back.
Okay, it looks like I have control and let's go. I will kick us off from slide 13. Okay, so the project scope includes several key elements designed to enhance the park's functionality and appeal. Inspired by the successful designs of Mount Baker Ridge Viewpoint Park and the West Woodland Park Playground, project aims to provide the community with a new revitalized space. The renovation project will create ample recreation opportunities that include play areas, viewpoints, walking paths, areas for socializing and events, and so much more. It is crucial to recognize that the park will preserve its existing cultural layers, which highlight Filipino culture and history. We're currently at the schematic design, and in the north section of the park, we plan to renovate the existing restrooms to be modern and fully accessible, providing a welcoming experience for all visitors, regardless of ability. The parking lot will be greatly reduced in size to create additional room for play and minimize unwanted behaviors. There will also be 2 accessible parking stalls to ensure that visitors with mobility challenges can still easily access the park. The newly created space from the reduced parking lot will lead into the community and play area. This is located in the central area of the park. The area will include a covered community space and 2 play areas, one for children aged 2 to 5 and one for 5 to 12. The addition of the 2 play areas directly responds to the dense population of children and the anticipated increase from the upcoming affordable housing development. Lastly, the south area of the park will be enhanced to preserve the amphitheater and its culturally significant elements. The lawn area will be redesigned with multiple access points, improving the park's ability to host community events and performances. Accessibility is at the core of the project design, ensuring that the park is welcoming and usable for everyone. In addition to the restroom and parking lot upgrades, the pathways and entrances are carefully planned to provide smooth routes that better accommodate mobility in the current pathways. The project is expected to cost under $4 million in total, and this budget was prepared by one of our in-house certified landscape architects, utilizing our comprehensive database of previous projects and with Buy America, Build America in mind. If funding is secured, construction is anticipated to be completed by the end of 2027. The project permitting process is also well underway. A cultural resources desktop study has been completed, ensuring that the project respects and preserves the park's cultural significance and history. We've also started the CEPA process, and we anticipate issuing DNS for the project on August 29th. Once project design reaches 90% completion, which is anticipated in October of 2025, we plan to proceed with obtaining the remaining necessary permits to move the project forward. Through numerous community meetings, multiple surveys, and the Elevate Design Initiative, we've engaged with a diverse range of the local population and have identified several needs: the need for park visibility and activation, the need for more recreational opportunities, and the need for accessible features. The Elevate Design Initiative has been a significant part of this process, bringing a community member to work closely with our park planners. This collaboration ensures that the project design reflects the diverse community's needs and aspirations. Community engagement has highlighted the importance of preserving the stunning views of the park, improving the recreational opportunities the park offers, and protecting its cultural significance. The Elevate Initiative, Eric Alapio, our selected community member, has brought valuable influence and inspiration from both Filipino and Native American cultures, seamlessly integrating these cultural elements into the park's recreational features. This approach has ensured that the park not only serves as a space for leisure, but also as a celebration of the community's rich cultural history. Throughout the project, we plan to continually engage with our various partners, including the Elevate Initiative, Seattle Chinatown District Preservation and Development Authority, El Centro, and the Filipino community, all of whom greatly value the recreational opportunities the park provides. Project design includes several factors that not only enhance the park's usability, but also positively impact the environment. One key aspect is the reduction of the parking lot, which will help reduce runoff and prevent erosion while helping with the urban heat island effect. The planned improvements will upgrade the space where community and cultural events can flourish, such as the yearly Jose Rizal Jazz Festival. The improved park will also continue to attract visitors, enhancing its role as a community hub. The community is already talking about the possibility of a future farmers market, which will further contribute to the local economy. Looking at the economics of the project itself, The park is being designed with durable materials in mind, ensuring that the investment today will last well into the future. Lastly, through the Elevate Design Initiative, our community partner, Eric Alpio, has provided countless hours of conceptual work and inspiration that has been invaluable to the process of redesigning and renovating the park. This deep connection to the community has ensured that the park's redesign truly reflects the needs and values of its residents. Without this partnership, it is unlikely that the park design would be as representative as it is today. The park is designed to use durable materials, ensuring that the investment will last through the future. I would like to thank you for your time and open the floor with any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Questions for Nathan? Teresa?
Thanks, Nathan, and thanks for powering through there with the technical difficulties. I was going to ask about the parking lot because it seems like it is kind of a viewpoint, but it's also really focusing on local access. So I was curious about conversations with the community about the reduction in parking lot size. That it seems like that was kind of a worthwhile component, but I was curious about community feedback about that.
Yes, so the parking lot really contributes to non-recreational activities. The way it's laid out is it's very much a drive-through parking lot. Many of the parking lot's users are not there to necessarily enjoy the park. Kind of really contributes to the overall unsafe feeling. The park design is looking to reduce that space by about 50%, really adding back to the nature of the park and creating green space. One thing that we did consider is that the parking lot will remove some spaces, but there is a lot of street parking along the side. And the neighborhood itself is very walkable. Directly south of the park, you have residential housing and condo developments, which are all within walking distance. So we're really just trying to revitalize the feel of the park and make it very welcoming.
Great, thanks.
Jen?
Great, thanks, Nathan. I may have missed it. I know you have a lot of great partnerships, outstanding, and made a lot of connections in the community. I'm curious, do you have any donations?
Not that I'm aware of at this point. We're very early in the design process and are continuing to forge partnerships, and we'll be working with the community. We do have a lot of community volunteers who spend time in the park, so we do have the manpower there.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Nathan? Hearing none, thank you again, and apologies, Nathan, for that technological glitch, and very nice job keeping your cool and getting through the rest of your presentation. So apologize.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so the next step, we'll finish out our day of evaluations. The committee will wrap up their scoring, and we expect to have a preliminary ranked list that we can share the week after next.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks. So we're running just a few minutes behind. Next we have Moses Lake. And I think, do we have Doug that's presenting today for Moses Lake?
Yes, that will be me.
Hi, Doug.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Still morning.
Still morning.
Still morning.
This would be Longview Park. Are you also presenting Sun Terrace right after?
Absolutely.
All right.
And
So,
if there's
can you
technical
see-
difficulties, I'm
Sorry?
throwing my sucker in the dirt. If there's technical difficulties, I'm just going to cry.
Fantastic. That works for me. Okay, can you see your presentation?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm going to try and pass you the remote. Okay, and you should be able to move it. That looks like that's you.
That looks like that's me.
Okay, so I will be timing you today. You have 12 minutes to make your presentation. And
Perfect.
then we'll have the committee if they have any questions for you at the end. And I've got the timer ready to go. So whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Doug Coots, and I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake. I am here to present the City of Moses Lake Longview Park Development Project number 24-1970D. This project is phase 1 of development of vacant city-owned land into a park. For those of you unfamiliar with us, Moses Lake is located in Grand County near the center of Washington State, right off of I-90. Moses Lake is the largest city in Grant County with a population of approximately 26,000. On this slide, the city limits are shaded in a transparent yellow with the UGA shaded transparent pink. The park location within the city is indicated by the red star. Longview Park is an undeveloped 5.6 acre parcel owned by the city located just north of State Route 17 on Longview Street. Note again the city limits shaded in yellow and the UGA in pink. The vacant land in the UGA indicates that there could be increases in population in this area in the next few years. The site is undeveloped land with shrub steppe habitat and some mounds and construction debris left from the neighborhood development. A master plan was recently developed for this property. This grant application represents phase 1 of a multi-phased development of this property into a neighborhood park for this area. Phase 1 includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, an inclusive playground for preschool-age children, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub steppe natural habitat, a conifer buffer planting, and a concrete walkway. Criteria 1, need local priorities. The City of Moses Lake uses 2 benchmarks for parks within the city limits: a half-mile walk to a park and the NRPA median for our size of city of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. This map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with the Longview site in yellow, other park sites in orange, the half-mile service area for the parks shaded in blue, and the half-mile service area of the Longview Park, once it is developed, is shaded purple. This shows that the development of a park on this site will fill a gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for park development for the City of Moses Lake. The second benchmark is 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, highlighted here on the table in green. This table indicates that Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland per 1,000 residents available. That's highlighted in yellow. The numbers for undeveloped parkland highlighted in red and total parkland highlighted in blue show information both with and without inclusion of the 5.6 acre Longview property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more park land than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding in the full build out of the plan for the 5.66 acre park would bring our developed parklands to 8.69 acres per 1,000 residents, closer to the city's target. In reviewing the SCORP data for this census tract, I did want to highlight that while this tract has a high amount of green space listed, it is geographically not accessible to this specific neighborhood. The neighborhood is cut off on the north side by railroad tracks and to the south by State Route 17, shown on the map here in red. Most of the available green space in this census tract is south of State Route 17, which is more than a half-mile walk away and only accessible to this community via car. The images on this slide show State Route 17 on the left from the southern corner of the park property and the railroad track beyond the ecology blocks to the north, which effectively hem in this neighborhood. The need for this specific park was identified in the 2022 Moses Lake Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, listed under goal number 5, enhance and expand quality park experiences, 5.1.L, consider site-specific master plans for, amongst other parks, Longview Park. The master plan was completed from the fall of 2023 through the spring of 2024 with input from the community, and it is the substance behind this application. Additionally, the entire Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan has been incorporated into the city's comprehensive plan by annual amendment. So these plans are recognized in that document as well. Criteria 2, project scope, existing features. The site's existing features are as follows. The location was acquired to fill a gap in the service area. The master plan process for this park has been identified in the city's planning documents. The property is located in a lower income neighborhood and has some construction to be left from the development of the community. The remainder of the site is shrub step habitat. The overall master plan, based on community feedback received, includes inclusive design playgrounds for preschool and school-age children, artificial turf playground surfacing, a modular pump track, a restroom drinking fountain, open lawn play area with irrigation, a futsal court, a basketball court, a large picnic shelter with a grill, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub step natural habitat, and a conifer buffer planting. I will stress that this application is for phase 1 of this development, not the entire plan. This application includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, the inclusive playground for preschool age children, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub step natural habitat, a conifer buffer planting, and a concrete walkway. Phase 1 does provide elements of the design to the community that were identified in the community outreach. Criteria 5. Criteria 5. Let's try criteria 5. Project design fit. The design is based on a physical survey of the property. All design elements in the master plan were developed in the master plan process directed by RWD landscape architects in a community neighborhood design engagement process. Playgrounds are to be inclusive in design and to have a synthetic turf playground surfacing. The design incorporates usage of only turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation. Shrub step natural habitat is maintained on the collars of the project site as a pollinator habitat and to reduce irrigation needs. The conifer buffer planting will provide a visual and sound barrier to the immediate neighbors, as well as providing shade as the trees grow while not significantly increasing the irrigation needs. The open lawn area will act as a backyard for the neighborhood community, which has limited turf in the backyards of the neighborhood. Criteria 6, criteria 5, my numbering might be off here. Criteria 6.
Actually, Doug.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, just to interrupt. Your criteria is fine. You've got the right numbers.
Okay, I have the wrong numbers on my notes page. So cost estimates generated by RWD Landscape Architects, they include escalation for the timeline in the grant funding process, as well as taxes and contingencies within the specific line items. The project has been scaled down to phase 1 elements to meet a ceiling of 1.1 million in total project cost based on Land Water Conservation Fund grant, the WWRP Local Parks grant, and local match requirements. The annual maintenance costs for the park have been calculated and can be accommodated by the city's current operation. Criteria 6, project engagement methods. Again, this project was specifically identified in the Moses Lake Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Some of the comments we received from the community in the pros plan process: the Longview area is very undeveloped and needs a better neighborhood. A park would greatly improve the area. The Longview Trails Blacks Addition area is underserved and really needs a park. Criteria 6-7, project engagement methods, community. The City of Moses Lake and RWD Landscape Architects held an open house as advertised through the local school, homeowners association, Facebook pages, and the city's webpage in English and Spanish. Attendance at the open house was not what the city had hoped for. Some feedback was received, but it was determined that there were significant cultural and language barriers to the surrounding residents. So we did a little pivot. City staff arranged to visit the local school's 4th grade classes to gather feedback on the design and design elements. We received an incredible amount of feedback, and that feedback was incorporated into the design of the final master plan. You can see here on the images of the elements, the dots that the 4th graders put on indicating what they wanted in the park. Criteria 8, project engagement partnerships. Again, this was identified in the city's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Moses Lake School District Longview Elementary School was supportive of the project and collaborative in the process. We distributed promotional materials in English and Spanish to the families enrolled at the school. And they hosted us with all 6 fourth grade classes to hold our open house with the students and teachers. City staff has presented this design to local community service club, and we've received additional letters of support from the Kiwanis Club, the Rotary Club, and the Boys and Girls Club of the Columbia Basin. Criteria 9, sustainability, ecological factors, maintenance of the shrub steppe habitat on the collars of the project as native species to minimize impact to and improve the ecological function of the surrounding lands, as well as acting as a pollinator habitat. We're minimizing the use of turf to those areas only deemed necessary to minimize the amount of watering with potable water to maintain the site. And we plan a drought-tolerant conifer buffer between the park and the neighboring community as a visual and sound barrier to immediate neighbors, as well as providing shade as the trees grow, while not significantly increasing irrigation needs. Socially, the new park with the playground and open space provides recreational opportunities for this community, hemmed in by State Route 17 on one side and the railroad tracks on the other. No additional park properties are available within a half-mile walk. The open lawn play area will act as a backyard to this community with little or no grass in the backyards of the neighborhoods. It provides open space and in future phases, a large picnic shelter and grill for large community and family events. Economically, the smaller grass footprint reduces the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks, and the annual maintenance park costs have been calculated and can be accommodated by the city's current operation. Finally, cost efficiencies. The city is applying for 2 grants for this phase 1 project. The WWRP Local Parks Grant and this Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. The additional funds would come from the City of Moses Lake Parks Mitigation Account, which is an account funded by developers as they increase development in the city. They are either required to provide a park or funds for a mitigation account. And this neighborhood is also an economically disadvantaged area with no means of financially supporting the project. Finally, we also have the annual maintenance costs calculated and will be able to be incorporated into the city's operations. This slide shows the property in its current state, of the phase 1 plan and the full park master plan. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
That was timed down to a fraction of a second. Doug? Questions for Doug? Isaac?
Hi, Doug. Thank you for the great presentation. On this slide, it shows the temporary lawn. Can you describe what a temporary lawn is?
Certainly.
If this can be artificial or real?
No, it will be real. And why it's a temporary lawn is if you look at the overall master plan, you can see that in that specific zone, we have a synthetic turf mound, a skate dot, and a picnic shelter that will be coming in a future phase. So we are putting in a temporary lawn initially in that area, and then we will be replacing that with the other elements as we continue down the phasing of the project.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Isaac. Other questions for Doug? Mo?
Yeah, can you tell me about the selection of phasing? So this, this looks like a great property here. And just in looking at this, it looks like there's some pretty exciting elements in some of the other phases too. And I'm just wondering why those weren't prioritized first and what the thought process is there.
Part of this is based on ranking. Part of this is based on providing a usable space immediately after the completion of phase 1. So part of this, the ranking of the number 1 ranked item in the project was the playgrounds. So we went with the preschool playground based on the fact that the school age kids will be going to the school, which is on the other side of the railroad tracks, but it does have a playground for them when they're there. So we went with the preschool age one for that reason. The flip side of that and looking at the other items was just how are we going to make a usable park day 1 when we're finished with phase 1? And that's why we kept it to a consolidated space, and the rest of the space can then be constructed as we need to.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mo. Any other questions for Doug? Okay. Hearing no other questions, Doug, we can move on to your next presentation.
Okay.
Oops. Okay, and I'm gonna, oh, Mo, your hand is still up. I'm sorry. Did you have another question? Oh, there we go. Think we're good. Okay, I'm gonna pass the remote over to you, Doug.
Thank you. I think I got it.
Okay, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is still Doug Coots. I am still the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake, and I'm now here to present the City of Moses Lake Sun Terrace Park Development Project number 24-1972D. This project is phase one of a development of a vacant city-owned parcel into a park. For those unfamiliar with us, Moses Lake is still located in Grant County, near the center of Washington State, still right off of I-90. Moses Lake is the largest city in Grant County with a population of approximately 26,000. On this slide, city limits are shaded in a transparent yellow with the UGA shaded transparent pink. The park location within the city is indicated by the red star. Sun Terrace Park is an undeveloped 11.2 acre parcel owned by the city located just north of I-90 between Fairway Drive, Towey Street, and Hawk Street. Note again the city limits shaded in yellow and the UGA in pink. The vacant land in the UGA indicates there could be increases in population in this area in the next few years. The site is undeveloped land with shrub steppe habitat and a wetland and buffer area on the south end of the property, close to I-90. A master plan was recently developed for this property. This grant application represents phase one of a multi-phase development of this property into a neighborhood park for this area. Phase one plan includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, an inclusive playground for preschool age children, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, shrub steppe natural habitat, landscaping, and a concrete walkway. Criteria 1, need local priorities. City of Moses Lake uses two benchmarks for parks within city limits, a half-mile walk to a park and the NRPA median for our size of city, 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000. This map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with the Sun Terrace site in yellow, other parks in the area in orange, the half-mile service for existing parks shaded in blue, and the half-mile service area of the Sun Terrace Park once developed, shaded in purple. This shows that the development of a park on this site will fill a gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for park development for the City of Moses Lake. The second benchmark of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000, highlighted here in green on the table, indicates that Moses Lake currently has, this table also indicates that Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland per 1,000 available to its residents, which is highlighted in yellow. The numbers for undeveloped parkland, highlighted red, and total parkland, highlighted in blue, show information both with and without the inclusion of the 11.2 acre Sun Terrace Park property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more parkland than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding in the full build out of the plan for the 11.2 acre park would bring our developed parklands to 8.91 acres per 1,000 residents, closer to the city's target. If we add in both parks, the acreage comes to 9.12 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents with both completed. Criteria 1, need local priorities. In reviewing the SCORP data for this census tract, I did want to highlight that while this tract has a high amount of green space listed, this is a large census tract with most of the green space being the large Blue Heron Park to the east. There also is farmland to the north and west of this neighborhood that may be included in that. Blue Heron Park is more than a half-mile walk away from this community, most of the way on streets without sidewalks. This image shows the picture of a street that the residents of this community would have to walk more than a half-mile down in order to get to Blue Heron Park. There are no sidewalks, and it is the frontage road on I-90. The need for this specific park was identified in the 2022 Moses Lake Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan listed under goal number 5. Consider site-specific master plans for, amongst other parks, Sun Terrace Park. This master plan was completed from the fall of 23 through the spring of 24 with input from the community, and it is the substance behind this application. Additionally, the entire Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan has been incorporated into the city's comprehensive plan by annual amendment, so these plans are recognized in that document as well. Criteria 2, project scope, existing features. The location was acquired as part of a development project, and it fills a gap in the service area for parks. The master plan process identified this project in the city's planning documents, and the site is shrub step habitat with a wetland area and buffer on the southern end of the property. The overall master plan is based on community feedback that we received in our outreach process, and it includes inclusive design playgrounds for preschool and school-age children, artificial turf playground surfacing, a modular pump track, a restroom with drinking fountain, open lawn play area with irrigation, a pickleball court, a basketball court, a smaller picnic shelter with picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub step natural habitat, walking paths, and a boardwalk and wetland observation platform. This grant application is for phase 1 of this development. Phase 1 includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, an inclusive playground for the preschool age children, open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub step natural habitat, and a concrete walkway. Criteria 4, project design fit. The design is based on a physical survey of the property. All design elements developed in the master plan process, directed by RWD landscape architects in a community neighborhood design engagement process. Playgrounds are to be inclusive in design and to have synthetic turf playground surfacing. This design incorporates usage of only turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation. The shrub step habitat is being maintained on the project site as a pollinator habitat and to reduce irrigation needs. Criteria 5, project design budget. The cost estimates for this project have been generated by RWD landscape architects. They include escalation for the timeline in the grant funding process, as well as taxes and contingencies within the specific line items. The project has been scaled down to phase 1 to meet a ceiling of 1.1 million in total project cost based on this LWCF grant, a local WWRP local parks grant, and local match requirements. Annual maintenance costs for the park have been identified and can be accommodated by the city's existing operation. Criteria 6, project engagement methods. Again, this project was specifically identified in the 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan for the city that was developed based on community input. Criteria 6 and 7, project engagement methods and community. The city and Moses Lake and RWD landscape architects held an open house advertised through the local school, the homeowners associations, Facebook pages, and the city's webpage in English and Spanish. We had great engagement at this open house. Specific engagement for this neighborhood park occurred through the homeowners association for this neighborhood, and they have become significantly involved in the project. Criteria 8, project engagement partnerships. 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan identified this park project through community involvement. The Sun Terrace Homeowners Association is engaged in the project specifically. It has been presented to local community service clubs for support, and we have received letters of support for this project from Moses Lake School District, Kiwanis Club of Moses Lake, the Rotary Club of Moses Lake, and the Boys and Girls Club of the Columbia Basin. Criteria 9, sustainability. Ecological factors. We are maintaining the shrub step habitat on the project as native species to minimize the impact to and improve the ecological function of the surrounding lands and to act as a pollinator habitat. We're minimizing the use of turf to only those areas deemed necessary, reducing the amount of potable water needed to irrigate the site. And the wetland buffer and wetland are addressed in the plan design. We have interpretive signage and a boardwalk viewing area as part of a future phase. Social factors. The new park with playground and open space provides recreational opportunities for this community. As stated earlier, there are no additional park properties available within a half-mile walk, and this provides open space and in future phases, a picnic shelter for large community and family events. Economically, the smaller grass footprint reduces the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks, and the annual maintenance costs for the park have been identified and can be accommodated by the city's current operation. Cost efficiencies. The city is applying for 2 grants for phase 1 of this project. A WWRP Local Parks Grant, this Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. Additional funds would come from the cities of Moses Lake Moses Parks Mitigation Account, which is funded through development dollars as needed. The Sun Terrace Homeowners Association has received pledges to date totaling $2,750 towards the project. The Lioness Club of Moses Lake has pledged to contribute towards the picnic shelter in a future phase, so I'm notating that separately as this is not part of this current phase or application. Annual maintenance costs for the park have been calculated and can be accommodated by the city. This final slide shows the property in its current state, the phase 1 plan, and the full park master plan. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the project.
Thank you, Doug. Any questions for Doug? It doesn't seem like we have any questions for you, Doug. So nice job. Great doing a double header there back to back. So thank you for that. So what's next? We'll wrap up presentations today and the committee will finish their scoring, and we hope to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to our next break. And with all the issues, we're actually running about 5 minutes ahead. So I'm going to use this time while we're on break to try and clear up resolve some outstanding technical issues. And thank you again for your patience. So we'll see you back there. Let's come back around 11:13. So we're here a couple minutes and we'll plan on starting at 11:15. Doug, do you still have, let's see if I can get that back. I think I have it back. Are you able to exit?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay, let's see.
Hold on. I got it back now. I'm good. Thank you.
Are you good? Okay.
Deanne, are we coming
Yes.
back at 11:15 or 11:30? Just to clarify.
Oh, I'm sorry, 11:13. So just a couple minutes
in 2
before
minutes. Okay.
11:15.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, just so we're here a little early and then we'll try and start with our presenter on time at 11:15.
Okay.
For everyone online, I'm so sorry. I messed up the time on when you should be returning from break. So yes, we would like you to come back at 11:28. Thank you. Hey, check out. There you are, Kelly. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Doing well. Thank you for coming in today.
Yes,
Confirming you can see your presentation. You're presenting Luther Burbank today.
I am, and I am presenting with Sarah, who is also
Okay.
online, but I will control the presentation.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and hand you the remote.
Okay.
So you should be able to click on it a couple times, and let's make sure you can move your slides. Okay. That would be you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to time you today. You do have 12 minutes to present, and the evaluating committee will hold their questions until after you're done.
Okay,
So you may begin whenever you're ready.
perfect. Well, thank you. Good morning. My name is Kelly Hildy, and I am the Deputy Director of Public Works for the City of Mercer Island. Joining me is Sarah Bluvis, Park CIP Project Manager. Today, we will be presenting our proposal for a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant to fund a portion of the Luther Burbank Park Access Improvements Project. The City of Mercer Island is in King County in Western Washington. The project site is located within Luther Burbank Park on the north end of Mercer Island. The site is located just off of I-90 between Seattle and Bellevue. The 55-acre regional park, established in 1972, features a 3/4-mile shoreline and offers amenities such as a community center, administrative buildings, pickleball courts, playground, trails, outdoor art, dog park, and swim beaches and docks. The project aims to enhance safety, improve accessibility, increase parking capacity, and extend park usage year-round. To fully realize the park's potential, several improvements are necessary, including significant upgrades to the existing parking lot. Currently, the parking lot has 98 stalls, which is insufficient to support the park's many recreational and administrative functions, including but not limited to those listed on this slide. The parking lot is in poor condition, with uneven pavement and cracks due to settling. It also lacks ADA accessible routes, hindering access for park visitors with disabilities. Insufficient lighting in the parking lot poses safety risks. The park is heavily used in low light hours, especially by dog walkers visiting the off-leash area. Car break-ins and catalytic converter thefts have increased, prompting Mercer Island Police to request improved lighting as a deterrent. The central landscape median supports mature oak and pine trees. Overcrowding and compacted soils caused by pedestrian foot traffic have limited root growth, hindering tree development. These trees require improved growing conditions to thrive. Accessing and navigating through the central campus from the parking lot is unsafe for pedestrians due to poor lighting and a lack of accessibility. The existing pedestrian route from the parking lot to the administrative building and central campus is not ADA compliant. Additionally, there is not an accessible route to the amphitheater. The existing lighting along the main campus path from the parking lot to the administrative building is inadequate and discontinuous. While some areas are partially illuminated, other access points around the central campus lack adequate lighting. Additionally, the current electrical panel is undersized, hindering potential lighting upgrades. To address the surging popularity of pickleball, Mercer Island is currently converting the Luther Burbank Park tennis courts into 8 pickleball courts. This grant application seeks funding to add lights to these new pickleball courts. Extending playtime into the evening through the addition of lights will significantly increase court availability, benefiting both Mercer Island residents and surrounding communities. In fact, according to a statistical survey by Bellevue College, 60% of park users come from surrounding cities. We expect this percentage to increase when light rail opens. And speaking of light rail, This project is a 7-minute walk from a Sound Transit light rail station. Starting in 2025, this light rail will cover a service area containing 2.9 million people. By 2040, the Sound Transit service area will serve 3.7 million people. With light rail, it is realistic to expect that communities along the light rail system in Seattle and Bellevue will increasingly access this regional park. This project provides access to green space and healthy lifestyle opportunities for communities that are socially and economically vulnerable. The park is also on the Mountains to Sound Regional Trail, providing active transportation access from Seattle and Bellevue. In 2022, Mercer Island completed its current PROS plan after 2 years of public process. This was a major update. Statistical surveys confirmed that walking and open space are top recreational priorities. The plan listed this project for 2023, indicating it as a priority to construct. City Council budgeted partial funding in this biennium. Underscoring the project's importance, the city's ADA transition plan identifies numerous barriers in Luther Burbank Park that will be addressed by this project. Luther Burbank Park compares with 5 other regional parks within a 10-mile radius. Note that Luther Burbank Park is only one accessible by light rail. All of these parks have some accessibility features, but none are comprehensively accessible. This illustrates the difficulty for local governments to implement ADA guidelines for outdoor recreation without external support. I will now pass the presentation over to Sarah, who will begin with outlining the scope of work for this project included in this grant application.
Thanks, Kelly. So this project focuses on the central campus of Luther Burbank and includes improvements to the parking area, central walkways, and park electrical system. This project will optimize the existing parking lot by increasing capacity, improving traffic flow, and enhancing aesthetics. Key elements include reconfiguring parking spaces within the existing footprint, installing new pavement, expanding the center median for low-impact development features and tree growth, upgrading landscaping, and adding a new entrance kiosk with updated signage. This project will also improve pedestrian safety and accessibility with new walkways, ramps, and a raised crosswalk. Additionally, upgraded electrical systems and energy-efficient lighting will be installed throughout the park. So currently we're in the pre-design phase, and this project focuses on significant improvements to increase parking capacity to accommodate current and future demand, create accessible routes to major park facilities, and enhance safety and accessibility through improved lighting in the main park area. The parking lot will be redesigned to address parking constraints. By reconfiguring the layout to accommodate compact vehicle parking, expanding walkways, and incorporating larger planters, we can increase parking capacity by approximately 20% without expanding the existing footprint. Additional landscaping and improved stormwater management features will also be integrated into the design. A new biofiltration swale will increase soil volume to revitalize the existing trees in the parking lot center median and enhance their ecological function. By preserving these mature trees, the park will maintain its character, improve stormwater management, and potentially create new habitat. The project design also prioritizes inclusive accessibility by creating ADA-compliant pathways connecting the main parking lot to all park areas. New curb ramps, sidewalks, and a raised crosswalk will be installed to improve pedestrian safety and mobility. To enhance visitor safety and experience, this project will implement dark sky lighting in the parking lot and central campus areas. By incorporating crime prevention through environmental design principles, the design aims to create a welcoming and secure environment for all park users. And dark sky lighting will also be installed at the newly renovated pickleball courts to extend play into evening hours, especially during shorter winter days. This lighting solution balances safety and security with environmental considerations. The project budget is estimated at $3.7 million and has been developed in collaboration with our consultant team. This cost reflects the complexity of renovating an existing facility, including substantial site preparation, which accounts for about 30% of the total project budget. Addressing park needs without expanding impervious surfaces, coupled with the requirements of extensive public engagement and the current inflationary construction market, have significantly impacted the overall budget. So we're currently in the pre-design phase. Design, community engagement, and permitting are scheduled for 2025, with construction commencing in 2026 and project completion anticipated by June of 26. We mentioned that the 2022 PROS plan prioritized this project based on extensive community input. This input was gathered through a robust public engagement process, including surveys, public meetings, and digital outreach. And the city has also initiated engagement with key community stakeholders, such as Friends of Luther Burbank Park, Dink on Mercer Island, which is a local pickleball organization, Seattle Shakespeare Company, and Seattle Adventure Sports. Building upon successful collaborations with the Snoqualmie and Duwamish tribes on previous projects, the city will also maintain a strong commitment to tribal consultation throughout the project. Our key partner in this project is the Mercer Island Parks and Recreation Commission, and they will lead the public engagement process. This includes developing a comprehensive public engagement plan that may include project-specific surveys, public meetings, direct park user outreach, and online platforms like Let's Talk. Switching to sustainability, this project promotes sustainability in a few ways. The city intends to improve water quality by implementing on-site treatment from parking lot runoff. Low-impact development, or LID techniques, will mimic natural water cycles. This reduces stormwater runoff, improves water quality, minimizes flooding risks, and promotes a healthy park system. And by prioritizing transit and active transportation options, the project supports a low-carbon footprint for park visitors, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving air quality. The proposed lighting system will significantly reduce energy consumption, leading to long-term cost savings and a smaller environmental footprint. By minimizing light pollution, the project creates a more natural nighttime environment, benefiting wildlife and enhancing the overall park experience. And retaining the mature trees in the parking lot contributes to long-term tree canopy, enhancing biodiversity and improving air quality. By incorporating drought-tolerant landscaping and moisture-retaining soils, the project promotes water conservation, reduces maintenance costs, and creates a more resilient park system. This project builds upon existing and ongoing improvements at Luther Burbank, and we're grateful for the support of our community partners and previous grant funding, which made this progress possible. Additionally, the city will utilize funding from the King County Flood Control District to complete the stormwater and LID elements of the project. So to wrap up, this project is needed to expand capacity and meet anticipated demand for this high-quality open space park that serves a wide area and a diverse population across the region. This project is the last major piece in the city's commitment to an investment in making Luther Burbank Park accessible to all abilities and modalities, and we appreciate your consideration. And now we're open for questions.
Thank you, Sarah and Kelly. Mo, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation today. You mentioned the Park Commission? Is that a city government entity? Is it what? Can you tell me a little bit more about what that is?
Yes, it is the Mercer Island Parks Commission, and they are part of our legislative body.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Just trying to understand the components of the project and the pickleball courts. Are those part of this application or are they separate? I was having trouble. I saw your budget there and it was included in the budget, but then I'm piecing it together with the scope
Yes.
here. So just trying to understand how that's all fit together.
Yeah, so the pickleball courts, converting them from tennis courts to pickleball courts is a completely separate project. It is not included in this grant application. But adding lights to the pickleball courts is, and that is what we're asking for to be funded as part of this grant.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. And then one other follow-up question. You mentioned that you're right along the Mountains to Sound Greenway, and I'm wondering if there's any access improvements considered for cyclists using that greenway, because I know that e-bikes and access through e-bikes is changing the way individuals are accessing parkland across our whole region, the whole state, really everywhere. And I'm wondering if that's consideration here in this project.
Sarah, so just I guess before I ask Sarah to answer the question, I just want to clarify, is bike facilities as included as part of this project scope, or access from the Mountains to Sound Trail to this park a part of the scope? Am I understanding the question correctly?
Let me try to clarify. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
are bike facilities considered as part of this project? Let me just stop there.
Yeah, not part of this project, no.
Okay, all right, thanks so much.
Yep.
Thanks, Jason. Alex.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. One thing I think I appreciate about this request is it's really focusing on infrastructure and upgrading facilities that are old and worn. It's not a sexy project. I'm just thinking, and my big question is really, how do you demonstrate or give us a sense of how the community shapes some of the decisions that were made or will be made as you continue the design process? Because I think it's probably hard to get people to come and comment about parking and some of the things that are just so basic to making the park function.
Sure.
I'm curious.
Sarah, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. So thank you so much for acknowledging too that this is not a sexy project, but definitely one that is much needed. So we mentioned at the end of the presentation that this is kind of the last piece pulling together I think over 2 decades of improvements that the city has completed in Luther Burbank Park. And our original Luther Burbank Park master plan included improvements to the parking area as well as the entrance to the park. So we're following the master plan component, and I think the best way we'll be able to get our community excited about this project, one, it is, I think, our approach for low impact development. The Mercer Island community is not a big fan of removing trees or adding more impervious surface. So we've really tried through this project to do as much as we can within the existing footprint. And then while it is, a parking project and a lighting project, there are opportunities to engage the community creatively and what that will look like in terms of how you enter the park, how you access the park from different areas, how you move through, these different walkways and get to different areas in the park. There are likely some things that we're assuming about this project, but we don't fully know, in part because we will need the community to come out and tell us how they most use the park after dark and those kinds of things. And I think, so one other kind of final way is that we really are just committed to transparency through our projects. So we have multiple benchmarks throughout any project in which we engage the community in the process and through a variety of methods. So through this project, we have a lot of neighbors around Luther Burbank Park, and we have the Friends of Luther Burbank Park organization. And so those folks will all be really key in engaging throughout the process. And then there's probably some fun things we could do as well. We have a great recreation team who's always willing to partner with us on fun activities for our community engagement, especially to get younger families, which are a big population on the island, involved in the process. So we're excited about this project, and I think the kind of culmination of everything we've completed in Luther Burbank Park, we can continue to generate that excitement just around the idea of, this is the last piece of how you'll get to the park and everyone will be able to enjoy it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other questions for Kelly and Sarah? Hearing none, we're going to wrap up evaluations today and the committee will complete their scoring. And we anticipate having a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for your time. We've really enjoyed this process.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, before I call up our next project, I'm going to call on one of our grants managers who was not with us the beginning of yesterday when the other folks popped up and said hello. So Henry is with us and you'll see several of his projects this afternoon. So, hey, Henry.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for letting me jump in, Jill. I'm Henry Smith. I've been a grants manager at RCO for just shy of about 3 years. My geographic territory is mostly in the South Sound. Right now, I've got Pierce, Kittitas, and Yakima counties, but until recently, I had Kitsap and a little bit of Thurston and some King County too. And then LWCF projects across the state. So it's great to see everybody. There's a lot of familiar names and faces in here, and I've been popping in and out. And from the whole LWCF team, Deanne, Rachel, Haley, Allison, your time here as evaluators is really, really appreciated and dictates a lot of how us as grant managers will spend our time in the next 2 years. So we really appreciate you guys as evaluators, as applicants, and looking forward to seeing the results and working with you all on your projects.
Thank you, Henry. Hey, Jill.
Dan,
Good to see you.
good to see you too. I just realized I didn't change my first slide from the date, so I apologize for that.
Oh, okay. No worries. We've got the right one loaded though, right? Okay.
I think so, yeah. Thanks.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pass you control.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to double click and grab it. And just make sure your slides move back and forth.
Wow, looks like I have control.
All right, so I will be timing you today. You do have 12 minutes to make your presentation. The evaluating committee will hold their questions until after you're done. So you may begin whenever you're ready.
Sounds great. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Jill Meese, and I'm excited to present the Eagle Ridge Park project to you. Let me get back over onto the screen. Lake Stevens is located in Snohomish County, just east of Everett and approximately 30 miles north of Seattle. It's also home to the largest lake in Snohomish County. Here is Eagle Ridge Park, located just north of the lake that the city's named for and close to the Marysville city limits. Marysville city limits are located right here from Soper Hill north and anything west of Highway 9 there. Let's see, a brief overview. Eagle Ridge is an undeveloped park for the most part, as you can see in the picture. The community master planned this park in 2010, and it has been turned into 2 phases. Phase 1 has been completed, and this application before you today is for Phase 2. This project is limited to the plateau in the red outline. You can see the mature forest throughout the park, and there are nature trails in the downslope sections of this park. These are areas of second growth forests and a large wetland complex. Although this project is limited to the upland portions, the downhill portions add to the user experience and comprise this nearly 30-acre park. This park aims to add amenities to the space while protecting the existing natural feel. So we'll dive into public need. Lake Stevens population in 2000 was approximately 6,300 people. Today, our population is approximately 41,000. So we're experiencing a lot of growth. This park is our only community level park operated by the city of Lake Stevens. Community level parks have a 2.5 mile service area, and there are 2 other community parks in this map here shown, but they're operated by Snohomish County. Lake Stevens Community Park to the east is an athletic complex, and Caballero Park is a skate park. Eagle Ridge is the #1 site development priority in our Parks chapter of the Comprehensive Plan and the #1 request by the Lake Stevens Park Board. It is also adopted in our Capital Facilities Plan. This site hosts the senior center, and the city will partner with the school district for use of the outdoor classroom. There is a gap of service for this section of the city for the community park level of service, although it's shown here on the map with the purple hatching indicating that the service level is met, it's mostly undeveloped. So community level parks have the highest level of priority according to the park survey and public input. This park is strongly desired by our community, and these are the survey results from our comprehensive plan indicating how much priority should be placed on our different park forms. This satisfies many goals in our comprehensive plan, where our parks chapter is adopted by reference, and also in the state recreation and conservation plan. Identified outdoor events is one of the top 10 activities, and then several goals in our local plans as well. Eagle Ridge Master Plan and conceptual drawings were developed in 2010 with robust public input, and this project has been waiting on funding. We know the park is underutilized in its current state just due to its development. And the project scope in 2017, that phase 1 of the Eagle Ridge Park was completed and included adding the community garden. There are 74 beds, including ADA accessible beds. This project increased visitors to the site, but we know it is still it's still underutilized. This funding will be used to complete the park master plan and provide amphitheater and outdoor classroom, the looped walking trail, playground, picnic shelter, landscaping, restrooms, parking, including bus parking to complement the outdoor classroom. And we'll take a closer look at these amenities a little bit later. The amphitheater and outdoor classroom will host theater in the park and host the Lake Stevens School District. The looped walking trail will provide social connections for seniors that are already visiting the site for the senior center. The playground will maintain a natural theme and will provide accessible play space with rubber tile surface. The playground will also offer some education about the natural environment and will provide activities for a wide range of ages. This Cliff Rider element shown here will target a little older youth. This is a demographic that we've been trying to target because of reuse trends in the park, and we want to provide a safe and challenging place for them to recreate in. Here are some additional features of the playground that will target early childhood development. A picnic shelter is included, and the size of the shelter and the barbecues were brought about by more recent public input after the master plan. The new restrooms will be flushing restrooms and hand washing that will upgrade from the portable toilet that's currently on site. Landscaping focuses on native species, and again, a focus on protection and retention of those mature trees. Going to project design fit, staff has 30% designs in hand, and we're currently working towards 60%. This is an overview of the project, of the image. This is mostly just to kind of orient you on the site. It's a kind of a long project. So this will show you up at the north, you can see the community garden, and then the senior center that's already on site is at the south. Here is, you can see the plan a little bit clearer in the conceptual and the amenities that are already located on site. I did want to point out the frontage that will be installed on the site will serve as a multi-use path and will meander so we can protect that large stand of trees at the entrance of the parking lot. This comment was brought about recently due to the desire to protect those mature trees. The playground will also close a gap in service and will satisfy the community priority that has been placed on playgrounds. All of our playgrounds right now are over capacity. Let's see. Let's see, is it gonna do it? There we go. This design also supports the vision from the master plan by being sustainably focused and providing natural landscape. It also supports the goals of Lake Stevens climate adaptation plan. This is the conceptual from the master plan from 2009 here, focus. You can see that a lot of those elements are brought forward into this plan as well. The amphitheater that was discussed and brought forward in 2009 is still supported today. This site will host the Shakespeare in the Park Community Theater. It already currently hosts this. This is actually a picture from a couple weeks ago. And the restrooms were brought forward and obviously up to the city standards for community park level of service. This is the project budget. The project budget was developed using engineer's estimate and our Public Works Department capital project, our capital Public Works Capital Project Department. Of note, the cultural resources and critical area studies have been worked on for this plan already. The timeline for completion got missed on this slide, but design is scheduled to end or wrap up at the end of December of this year. And due to the timing of this grant, we plan to begin construction in June of 2026 and complete by October of 2026. This project, as you can see, has been in the works for a long time, and we wanted to dust off that master plan and make sure it was still relevant. So the project engagement began in 2009 and continued through even last month. Staff presented this project at a school district family engagement night in July to talk to kids about what types of playground amenities they preferred. These are the ways that the city has solicited for public outreach. We've done open houses, social media, surveys, public park board meetings, school district events. And here in the photo is some kids at that family engagement night. And we had them do a sticker test to put your sticker on the element that they liked. We got a lot of great comments on that. The community spoke and the staff incorporated those requests into this design starting in 2009 for that amphitheater, like I mentioned, and then all the way up to 2023, where the barbecue and the larger picnic shelter were brought forward. And then, of course, even last month, we added a spinner to the design based on the public outreach at that, at our last school district event. For partnerships, let's see. The city has letters of support from several organizations and individuals and a pledge from Rotary and the Arts and Parks Foundation for volunteer hours and monetary donations. The organizations include the Chamber of Commerce, Kiwanis, Sherwood Community Services that advocates for disability initiatives, Boys and Girls Club, and state electeds. These letters are also provided in PRISM. Community partnerships for ongoing maintenance with Rotary have been vital in completing park projects in existing parks, as well as contributions to park development. Recently, Rotary completed invasive weed removal and replanting of another park and to reclaim a natural area. Other volunteer groups have installed NGPA fencing and planted 1,500 native plants in other parks. The city has many long-term partnerships with service clubs and individuals. And into sustainability, this project is a great example of sustainability. The stormwater detention is low impact design. The materials in the playground are low maintenance. The native landscaping has less irrigation needs. Additionally, sustainably focused on ecological value is promoting the retention of those mature trees. Social sustainability is derived from community events and education. Here we see a kiddo that participated in the Make a Shakespeare Rough for our last event up there. And also the access to arts and cultural connections with free theater in the park and the ability to attract other performances with the addition of the amphitheater. This park will also allow for more access to parks and recreation for social connections for our aging population. In addition to the senior center on site, there's a future retirement community that's going in just north of this park. For cost efficiencies, Rotary has pledged $5,000 in financial support as well as volunteer support. Lake Stevens Arts and Parks Foundation has also pledged $5,000 in volunteer support. And I think I'm wrapping it up here. And volunteer support has always been robust on this site. These are pictures taken from this site for volunteer groups that we've had there. We also have long-term volunteers that have adopted the community gardens, and we're confident that this support will broaden after the development of this park. And we have signed commitments from Arts and Parks Foundation and Rotary to help with construction labor. And the city was also able to leverage funds by performing cost-benefit analysis for materials by previous conservation futures and also fundraising to acquire the parcels. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Oops.
Nice job, Jill.
Thanks.
No, there went your timer. So you were just a few seconds under the clock. So that's a great place to be.
Good deal.
Any questions for Jill? Let's see questions.
Either good or it's really bad. I don't know.
Well, if we don't have any questions for Jill, we're going to finish up our evaluations today, Jill, and the committee will complete their scoring. And we're expecting to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Sounds great. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for coming in. Okay, that brings us to our lunch break. So if folks could be back around a couple minutes before 1:10, Jill, I might need to grab my control back. How about now? I think you can go now.
I'm not touching it, so I don't know. It still says that I have control of your screen. But
Oh, okay.
do you want me to do anything on my end?
Let's see. No, are you able to exit?
I'm not able to exit, but I'm wondering if I can give you some kind of post controls.
I think you can just X out, Jill. Like,
it won't give me the leave option. The leave. Ah, there you go.
About that. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see everyone back here about, let's say 1:08. We'll get started with our next presenter at 1:10. Welcome back, folks. Hi, Danelle.
Hi there.
Hello. Thanks for coming in today. We're all
Sure,
just
thanks.
coming back from lunch.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and pass the remote to you.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to double click and grab it. And go ahead and make sure you can advance and move your slides back. Okay, that's you.
There it goes. Okay.
And Danelle, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Maybe just say a little more and make sure your audio is okay.
Can you hear me now? Is this clear?
Yeah, it's clear. It just seems quieter than usual. Can the evaluating committee, can you hear Danelle okay? Okay,
I just turned up my mic. Is that better?
it's a little better. Yeah, okay, it looks like we're good.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to be timing you today. You do have 12 minutes to present, and then the evaluating committee will hold their questions for the end after you've finished. So I've got the timer ready, and you may begin whenever you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I am Donnell Dio from the City of Mountlake Terrace, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Veterans Memorial Park Revitalization Project. Mountlake Terrace is located in southern Snohomish County and is bordered by 5 different cities: Linwood, Briar, Edmonds, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park. The project is located at Veterans Memorial Park, just east of Interstate 5, in the heart of the city's redeveloping town center. Known for its trees, Veterans Memorial Park is 8.3 acres of second growth forest. This renovation project serves community members within a half-mile walking distance of the park, along with commuters arriving from the adjacent Mountlake Terrace Transit Center and Sound Transit Light Rail Station. This project will redevelop park amenities in the southeast corner of the park. Project renovations include replacement of the existing gazebo and 19-year-old playground, installation of a new restroom facility, and a small seating plaza. Additionally, this project will make minor adjustments to the trail loop to improve accessibility and use while also intentionally preserving the surrounding natural habitat. Now to identify the need and local priorities. Planning for this project has been in the works for years. Through numerous interactions with local residents, stakeholders, and committees, park priorities were identified. Veterans Memorial Park is one of 5 neighborhood parks within the city of Mountlake Terrace. Each of these parks varies in size and amenities. Walk sheds were developed at quarter-mile and half-mile traveling distances to define service areas and assist with conducting gap analysis. Currently, the park is used as a neighborhood park for the surrounding single-family and senior living areas. The existing playground and walking loop are frequently utilized by locals. Given the location and proximity to the transit center, light rail, and redeveloping town center, this park has the potential to be a highly used space due to its valuable wooded landscape and assorted park amenities. Various planning documents, such as the Recreation Parks and Open Space Plan, City Comprehensive Plan, and others noted here, identify the need for green, open, and recreational spaces. Over the next 20 years, Mountlake Terrace is preparing for a growth of an additional 10,900 residents, a need for 11,148 jobs, and 16,806 housing units. The majority of this growth will occur in the city's town center, which encompasses Veterans Memorial Park. Written here is one of the many overarching goals identified in the Recreation and Parks Open Space Plan. In alignment with the RPOS goals, this project will result in the removal of barriers, increased access for our nearby senior community members, improved amenities supporting health and wellness, and create gathering spaces to build and strengthen community. The scope of work for this project was developed from community input during the creation of the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan and RPOS update. This is the conceptual plan for the entire park. The work was divided into 2 phases. The first phase is a fully funded $4.5 million project to construct paved and illuminated pathways through the lower region of the park. The second phase, highlighted in red, focuses on the developed area and amenities of the upper lawn. Most of the existing infrastructure is approaching or beyond 20 years of age and in need of replacement. The existing playground equipment was installed in 2005. The equipment is weathered, outdated, and doesn't fit current needs of the community. The gazebo is also in need of replacement due to its age conditions. Another feature in need of repair is the walking loop. As seen in these images, the existing walking loop is narrow and bumpy with fractures and uneven terrain. Existing conditions illustrate the need for increased accessibility and new infrastructure. Additionally, restrooms are planned for installation as there is a lack of public restrooms in the city. Addressing these issues through design, our design team thoughtfully approached 9 major components of our revitalization project. Since the fall of 2023, the design has progressed to a 60% level. To improve accessibility, the walking loop will be widened and grades adjusted. Pedestrian lighting will be installed along the loop to increase safety during low-lit hours. This will be especially important to the 130 senior community members across the street. Lighting will be programmed to support both pedestrian use and wildlife habitat. The design includes a nature-themed accessible playground with glass fiber reinforced concrete pieces to mimic natural wood structures and rockeries. The use of GFRC reduces maintenance of natural materials and is a stronger product against certain forms of vandalism, such as carving. Restrooms were a top priority based on public survey and comment. The depicted restroom is a prefabricated structure that will be situated just north of the playground, with pathways providing access from all directions. Getting a closer look at the layout, the restroom facility consists of 2 family-style restrooms designed for all abilities. The facility will have a bottle filler and water fountain station on the exterior of the building. A new plaza and seating wall is designed to provide a gathering space for community members to enjoy park views and local scenery. This slide shows the schematic of a picnic shelter that will replace the existing gazebo structure. The shed roof design is consistent with the roof style of the restroom facility. This shelter will accommodate 2 picnic tables for covered gathering space and have access from the walking loop. Not easily seen from the street, the large open grass lawn on the interior of the park is an ideal gathering space to enjoy the forested scenery in what will eventually be a redeveloped high-density area. People will seek this opportunity to connect with the natural environment and green space. No major work is currently proposed on the open lawn. Developing cost estimates is challenging in this climate and construction market. Our design team spoke with vendors, analyzed comparable construction projects, and applied inflation. The cost estimate on the right is the RCO format that was uploaded in Prism. The budget on the left shows additional project costs for design, environmental review, and permits. The project schedule is based on the anticipated grant agreement execution occurring in August of 2025. If funded, construction would be scheduled for summer 2027 after final design and permitting is complete. Next, we will discuss project engagement. The project has been in development for years and discussed at several city council, board and commission, and user group meetings. Multiple methods of outreach were utilized, including in-person and online surveys, open house, and stakeholder meetings, both in-person and virtual. Stakeholder groups with neighboring residents and senior community members helped shape the plan. There is strong public support for park and facility improvements within the city. The city uses a variety of marketing tools such as social media, website notices, project web pages, and physical flyers to advertise meetings and opportunities for public feedback. We received input from over 1,000 respondents during the planning process for the park system. Results were tracked, analyzed, and formatted in a manner to allow for future project development. From the survey responses submitted, there is a need for more restrooms, as well as newer equipment and facilities. Highlighted in the chart to the right are the elements this project will address. Long-standing partnerships with local Boy and Girl Scouts, the Ivy League, and Neighborhood Park Improvements Subcommittee have served the park well, with an active participation in keeping the habitat and park space healthy and clean. The local NPIS members monitor park conditions and inform the Recreation and Parks Advisory Committee of any special interests or matters of concern. Ecological sustainability was supported through preservation of forested conditions and stormwater management. Only 2 trees are slated for removal due to impacts associated with this project. During the next phase of design, mitigation for these trees will be established. Additionally, any amount of runoff from hard surfaces will be infiltrated and remain on site, supporting the natural environment. From a social and economic perspective, the location of this project is key. The surrounding town center is currently experiencing high development as incoming light rail becomes operational later this month. Reconstructing this park to address barriers and create connectivity with the surrounding development will make this park a desirable destination. The renovations identified in this project are expected to support additional need for open space and recreational facilities in the redeveloping town center. The city is choosing to install prefabricated buildings to conserve energy and minimize material waste. Project materials such as the glass fiber reinforced concrete were selected to be aesthetically pleasing and reduce maintenance costs. The scope and scale of the project was evaluated to avoid major increases to maintenance and activities and costs. Phasing development of the park master plan has led to significant cost savings. The city was able to utilize transportation funding from FHWA, PSRC, and Sound Transit to support phase 1 trail construction. For the second phase, the city can provide project management services and other in-kind services. Volunteer work will also continue to support the park and project. The matching funds will be a combination of park impact fees and other local appropriations. Thank you for the opportunity to present today and for considering our project application. I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Danelle. Any questions for Danelle? Alex?
Hi, Danelle. This is an intriguing project. I was hoping you could take us back to a slide and just give us a better sense contextually about how this park, which has very much a neighborhood feel, is going to fit in and function in relationship to the light rail and the town center. A lot of the description really relates to how it fits and functions in relationship to those ongoing changes, really big developments in the area. But I can't really quite feel how they work. I don't have a sense of really like what is the distance in terms of walking if I was walking from that light rail station. I got a better sense of how it works if I was a senior living across the street, but not so much in terms of the bigger ongoing developments. So could you give me a better sense of that?
Yeah, let's go back here. Okay. This picture might help depict some of that. So we've got the I-5 corridor here on the left. The Sound Transit light rail station highlighted in green is pretty much directly adjacent to the park itself. And this gray line kind of bisecting the forest here is the main trail that comes from 58th down to the transit center and light rail station. So that's part of that connection. Along 236 in the corner of 58th here, and actually kind of all of this 236 is the main corridor and 56th is as well. So this whole area around the park is zoned for redevelopment and part of that town center redevelopment. So we'll still have senior housing across the street here, but there's a lot of expectation that with the zoning that this area would eventually be redeveloped. For instance, this temporary bus loop here directly south of the project, that is, I think, in permitting phase right now for redevelopment. So we'll see a lot of growth, and when we're expecting a lot of growth, especially with the opening of the light rail station. Does
And
that
that growth
answer your
is,
question?
yeah, when you talk about it already being in permitting for redevelopment, are you talking about largely residential?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Alex. Mo.
Yeah, could we go back to, thank you. This looks like a sweet park, by the way. I could envision it as you were talking it through. But could you go back to, I think it was community and project engagement. I think it was in the community section. You were talking about outreach efforts, and it sounded to me, and I just wonder if you could elaborate on this a little more, that a lot of the needs sort of identified for the park were part of a larger engagement process for your park department, or was it specific to this park? I wasn't quite sure. It sounded like it was a broader outreach effort, but if you could just touch on that, that'd be great.
Sure. So there was a community survey. So there's two things that went on at the same time. There was the RPOS update, and then there was the development of the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan. And so there were community surveys that were there was mailed out at random to 2,500 households in MLT. And then also an online version of that was provided. And that's where we got over 1,000 responses to various questions related to overall park system, as well as some of those that are more specific to Veterans Memorial Park in the development of the master plan itself. So we had both of those efforts going at the same time. And then this just highlights one of the questions where we got responses back specific to Veterans Memorial Park. These were some of the items that the community was desiring.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mo. Any other questions for Danelle? Hearing no other questions, thank you very much for coming in today and presenting.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we've got a couple more evaluations to review today, and then the committee will wrap up their scoring. And we anticipate having a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks. I may have to take control back. Let's see. Do I have it? I think that's me. Okay. Are you able to exit?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So next up, we're a few minutes ahead. Oh, there's Jen. Hi, Jen. Welcome. You are presenting Cloney Park today?
I am, and happy to wait the 3 minutes or start whenever you'd like me to.
I think we're all accounted for, so I will go ahead and pass you the remote. You can see your presentation.
I can, yes.
Okay.
Let's make sure I can change the slides.
Oh, I don't think you have it yet. Okay, now double click. There you go. Okay,
all right.
That's you.
Oh, okay, yep.
Uh-oh, there we go.
We're good there, we're good there. All right.
Okay. So Jen, I'm going to time you. You have 12 minutes to do your presentation, and the evaluation committee will hold their questions to the end.
Excellent.
So I've got the timer ready to go, and you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, I am Jennifer Wills. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Longview, and I'm super excited today to present Cloney Park Inclusive Playground. So Cloney Park is located in Southwest Washington, in Longview, Washington, in Cowlitz County. So within Longview, it's in almost a centrally located position within our city, and it's in one of our highest density neighborhoods. So what you'll find at Cloney Park is an underutilized space, and we'll go over the size of the park as we get further into the presentation. But we've got 2 play sets that are in disrepair, a bunch of empty space that could be utilized for more play, cracked asphalt, small aging picnic shelter. We don't have any lighting, no restrooms, and currently we only have street parking for anyone who wants to use the facility. What we want to make is a fully inclusive playground, so it's for everyone to get in, on, and around. We want it to be nature-based, and we want it to include our local history. And we first started that, we just hit our centennial, but we realized that our local history isn't the last 100 years, it's our entire history. So we brought in our timber industry, we brought in Cowlitz Indian tribe, and we'll go into that as well as throughout the project, but wanted to fully embrace our entire history and be able to showcase that in this park. So we want to play, we want to imagine, we want to explore. Those are our recreational opportunities, and that is what we were trying to get through the implementation of this park. And so where is it? It is 40 miles north of Penny Park to be the closest park that would be an inclusive park, or 41 miles south. So it's 81 miles between the two. And we have 112,000 people that live in Cowlitz County that do not have access to a park like this and would have to travel quite a distance away. Cloney Park is also in a high density neighborhood. So within a half a mile, we have 1,800 homes and we have 5 schools. And some of them are walking schools. So we're walking by this park every single day. And so right now it's a bark-filled playground space with caregivers seating inside. We do not have an accessible play set for folks to enjoy, and it's one route in, one route out, and then the asphalt that even gets them to these play spaces are cracked. And so singular pathway all around the park. As you can see, asphalt's uprooted by trees and isn't accessible. We've got different types of pavement surfaces, and throughout it's difficult for, we've had more than multi-inches of upheaval and difficult to travel. And so right now our current use is low. It's in poor condition. It's older. We've even had to remove parts of the playground we can no longer get anymore. And what we'd like to do is have a high use of our facility. So fully inclusive design with modern improvements, nature-based. It is in an urban area. And so this is an opportunity for kids to be able to touch nature where they may not be able to otherwise. And it should have a large regional draw. We do have a playground replacement policy. This playground was actually installed in 1997, so it's been in place for quite a long time. And the plan was to replace it in 2021. We try to replace our playgrounds every 25 years, but with budgetary constraints, sometimes that gets stretched out. And so during our comprehensive plan, we put out surveys and talked to our residents and tried to figure out what people want. And we want to focus on our open space for the future generations in our area. And we want to invest in timely replacements and upgrades to support the lifespan of our facilities. And during that time, Cloney Park kept coming up and saying, how come you don't have something like Marshall Park? How come you don't have something like Penn Park? We want a nature-based inclusive playground here locally. And we want to be the leader of healthy living in our area. And so this is Cloney Park, the park that we're focusing on right now. So as you can see, it has a large open space. It's flanked by Washington Way and Douglas Street, and currently no parking outside of street parking, no ADA parking. But Cloney Park is actually part of a larger playground space that we are working on updating. And so this entire park is actually part of Cloney Park. And so we're going to be installing a new parking lot that has ADA accessible parking stalls from both sides of the facility. We're actually going to be closing 28th Avenue. And so it's going to, instead of being bisected by a road, and we've already done that right-of-way adjustment. And we'll be putting in a new bathroom so that it'll touch both sides of that park. And with that, Washington Way is getting an overhaul. So we are going to have bike lanes, dedicated bike lanes on both sides of Washington Way. We're calling this our Festival Street. And then we have our new parking lot. And so as you go through, we're going to walk through this, but you'll go through to the picnic pavilion. We have a slide mountain, your flex grass area, but you can kind of see where that new restroom is going to be located. And so right now we have a 2 to 5 and a 5 to 10, a 5 to 12 traditional play set. We're going to be looking at doing interactive, accessible, individual pieces for all ages. We have a small aging picnic shelter. We're going to be putting in a large community gathering. It's going to have ADA picnic tables. We're going to be putting in a restroom. Restrooms, I'm sure you know in your entire park systems, restrooms are something that people want. It keeps people playing longer. It keeps them there longer. And so we will have parking spots also that support our visitors outside of our street parking and having ADA accessible parking. And the goal is when you design something for everybody, we are designing for everybody. And so we're going to go through the project design and how that fits. So this is where we're going to weave our connection and partnership with the Cowlitz Indian tribe. When we walk in, you're going to find land acknowledgement entryway with tribal plantings with both it in English and in the Cowlitz native language. We have a piece of art called Radically Inclusive World that's going to be put into this for aesthetics. We're going to be doing a large ADA shelter with a hammock grove, and the hammocks are going to be at different heights so that different abilities are able to use them. We have a tree cookie pathway. We're going to have a Cowlitz tribe inspired basket. And then we're going to have a stump story circle. We're going to have a Cowlitz tribe canoe replica that's going to be ADA accessible. We're going to have a water play area, which we don't have here in Longview or in Cowlitz County. So the sand water area will be a draw for those visiting our park. We'll have a caregiver platform for a double wide slide, as well as a turf hill slide to play on. We'll have a boulder trail, some log scramble, and this is where we're bringing in nature and a bear cave for kids to play. We'll have different types of swinging, log pole climbers. We'll have a group spinner. Because it's an ode to the timber history, we're going to have a log roller. Different types of swing, like I said, the solo coaster retreat spinner. I'll use a restroom. We are planning on having at least a 300-pound adult size changing table so that anyone and everyone can use our facility, along with saw art and log stack seating in our festival area. So the concept design that we started with was about $16,000. We're currently in full design at 60%, with a construction estimate of being $3.3 million. We will have admin, architect, and engineering at about $473,000. And so we're looking at a $4.1 million project, construction ready by 2026. Our community needs assessment had almost 1,000 responses through our Facebook, our email campaigns, and everybody wanted a park like this with a restroom. We've had city council meetings working with our ADA commission. We've done direct mailings to the neighbors that are near our location, as well as talked with local service organizations, Kelso Rotary, Longview Rotary, Early Bird Lions, and got a lot of our community involvement and engagement that way. So we do have an ADA commission, and they actually put in input specifically to this project, which we'll go into that. And then we've gone and talked with our local families here, our users, and then we've worked with Harper's Playground and other projects in the region to kind of figure out what they liked and didn't like in some of their last projects so that we could implement that, because it's always nice to not have to reinvent the wheel. And so we also are working with the Cowlitz Indian tribe, and this has been one of our first projects that the city has ever done with the tribe. And we're working on design and their involvement. And so throughout the way, we've talked native plants, culturally significant animals. We've got the canoe, and we're trying to do a way to tell their story through that as well as our own. And so this was the original concept design where we had the timber industry throughout, and this is what we used to kind of get momentum going with the project. And so during that time, we worked on changing the site layout. Didn't have a parking lot at that time. We implemented some sensory elements, additional access points, and then that's when we started including additional tribal history and cultural and language elements. And so going throughout, this was our 30% design. We start with a gateway through a discovery forest into that picnic pavilion, sandbar. We've got our mountain in the middle into the gateway of our festival street. And coming back. So those partnerships with the Cowlitz Indian tribe are working with our local timber industries. We also have our Centennial Committee, who's provided some financial support, as well as our Longview Parks and Rec 501c3 foundation. And so the sustainability, we're looking at putting in 70 trees. The goal is to have individual play elements. Obviously, this is a $4.1 million project. We don't have to, in 25 years, do 4.1 million. So individual plays will maximize that lifespan. We're going to increase nearby home values and tax base. All of these elements are going to encourage social connection and fostering community. We're using renewable resources through some of the lumber, and then we'll be doing a lot of stormwater management. So cost efficiencies, we've got $1 million from the state of Washington Department of Commerce. We've had a $330,000 CDBG grant, $250,000 PRA grant. We worked with our local industries for $50,000 from West Rock. Centennial gave us 40. Our playground replacement fund we have here in the city is 90,000, and then 125,000 through equipment use and staff labor. And so we have additional donors too, with an RCO potential WWRP grant that we did on Monday. The Cowlitz Indian Tribe is working on some financial grant opportunities, as well as our foundation, some of our service organizations, and additional local industry. So happy to discuss. That is our project, and we're super excited about the possibility of it coming to our community.
Thank you, Jen. Questions for Jen? Teresa.
Hi, Jen. Thanks for the presentation. This looks really cool. I was wondering if you could go back to the slide where this connects to that sort of bigger park you were talking about, and maybe talk about kind of the phasing for what's going on for the rest of the project that's happening in the sort of surrounding area.
Gladly. There's a lot of slides. All right, I think it's the one before. Here we go. So we have initial concept designs actually for the skate park here and our BMX pump track. That was done through CDBG grant funds. We are working on a YAF and a COAF application for that, so that we could potentially have this entire corridor done in our local area. And one of the things that's really neat is this area is our Lake Sacagawea, so it's a large greenbelt area, as well as a potential bike path that goes on this side. And so it's going to actually get connecting a greenbelt between the entire city through adding this area and updating it.
Cool, thanks.
Michael.
Hey, Jen. Great project and presentation. I'm curious about the tribal kind of connections here, and what was the inspiration behind that?
So we just had our 100-year anniversary for the city of Longview, and then we had our revamp of the Monticello Convention site was where Longview, or where the state of Washington actually was founded, was in Longview. And so we were celebrating all of this history that's not actual history. Like, we wanted to start talking about, if we were going to do a park that celebrated our history, we wanted to ensure that we were celebrating all of it and not just our most recent history. And so as we were having that conversation, we were realizing we were leaving out a very important part of that history. And so brought in the Cowlitz tribe and wanted to showcase their history and their storytelling as well. And so when people come to visit this, they're not only educated on potentially our timber industry, because this is, Washington Way goes directly to the port, which is where Weyerhaeuser, Nippon Dynawave, it is our timber history, our timber industry area. But that's not just what, timber was used in canoes, timber was used in longhouses, timber was used in our entire history, not just in our industrial history. So that's where we brought them in. And so we wanted to ensure that we were doing everything. And it's not, our Cowlitz tribe is a newer, not identified tribe, but there hasn't been a lot of their history presented around. And I think that this is an opportunity for that partnership.
All right, thanks so much.
Mo.
Yeah, Jen, I just wanted to compliment you on the presentation itself. It was probably the cutest presentation that I've seen, with all the little people in it, and just the attention to detail that you put in putting it together. It felt fun to me, and I could tell that you were really passionate about it. Anyways, I just wanted to compliment you on that piece of it. So thank you. Looks like a really fun park.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mo. Any other questions for Jen? Okay. Hearing none. Jen, thank you again for coming in today and for presenting.
It's great to be here. Thank you for taking the time out of your days to do all of this for all of your grant applicants.
Yeah, it's a big commitment on behalf of our committee, so we definitely appreciate their time. So what's next is we've got one more evaluation to look at today, and then the committee will wrap up their scoring. And we expect to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you very much. That's great.
All right. Thank you.
And then are you taking control back? Because last time I got stuck.
Let's see. I should have control. I think I do. Are you able to exit?
We'll see. I think I can. Maybe not.
Maybe
No,
not.
I can't.
Oops.
It says I am controlling your screen.
Okay. I think I have it now. Still says that? Oh, I think she's gone.
That was her. I just put it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we're actually at break time. We're a little bit early. So why don't we plan on coming back to the room at 2 o'clock? And we'll get started with our final presentation.
Sounds good.
Hannah.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You
What a
are,
day.
what's that?
I said, what a day.
Oh my goodness. That and then some, all kinds
Yeah.
of technical gremlins today. So it's been interesting and every presenter has just sailed right through. So glad for that. And you are closing presentation today.
Yeah, hopefully best for last, but I don't know. That last one was pretty fancy, so.
Well, are you ready to get going a couple minutes early?
Sure.
Okay, great. I'm going to go ahead and hand you the remote.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to move it around.
Okay.
That looks like that's you.
Yep. Okay. I'm just practicing the buttons here. Good.
Yeah. Okay. So Hannah, you have 12 minutes to present today. The evaluating committee will hold their questions until the end. And I will be timing you, so you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Hannah Merrill, City of Sequim Parks and Events Manager. And I want to start by thanking you for your time and this opportunity to present our RCO funding request. Sequim is located on the North Olympic Peninsula between Port Townsend and Port Angeles. The city attracts many tourists in its recreational opportunities with lavender farms and nearby national park and national forest lands. Located just off Highway 101, Centennial Place Park is in the historic downtown core, surrounded by local businesses. As you enter Sequim, this park serves as a front porch. I'm pleased to present this project to design and build an inviting gateway, transforming this existing paid space into a place where people can gather, connect, and infuse activity into the heart of Sequim. The overall goal is to establish an accessible, sustainable green space commons, stimulate economic activity in the downtown core, and craft a distinctive outdoor destination that embodies the city's character. The 8,000 square foot lot is a city-owned property in the downtown zoned area, shown here with a red star at the bottom of the screen. The site is located diagonally across the street from the Sequim Civic Center with hardscaped plaza, shown here in orange. The Jamestown S'Klallam Cultural Center is an early development directly across the street, shown here in light blue. We are collaborating with the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe to ensure design continuity to create a cohesive downtown experience. In yellow, you can see the existing designated public parking area. The park is located within distance to the local schools and the transit center and is only 4 blocks away from the Olympic Discovery Trail, a regional multimodal access route. This area currently attracts local school students who meet at coffee shops, transit center, and neighboring restaurants. Expanding this site provides them with a more enriching experience. Centennial Place Park is currently an uninviting, uneven concrete lot with poor visibility and limited amenities. Prior to city ownership, it was a gas station, which was removed and mitigated over 10 years ago. This parcel is an eyesore in an otherwise charming downtown area. Despite its condition, the park serves intermittently as a convenient community space. Each year, city staff place and light a holiday tree in this park. Downtown merchants value this tradition, noting the festive tree increases foot traffic. The park's central location presents an opportunity for both recreational green space and economic vitalization. Sequim has a population of just over 8,200, with the demographics noted here. This project was originally identified as a people's project in 2019. Essentially, citizens voted Centennial Place Park as a top capital project for the city. It continues to be included on the annual capital improvement plan. Feedback on what citizens want to see, feel, and experience within the Centennial Place Park was gathered via community surveys and outreach done virtually during the pandemic. The City of Sequim's 2022 Parks and Open Space Master Plan identified Centennial Place Park amenities and prioritized this project. Centennial Place Park is the only park within the downtown core. which lacks venues for small-scale events and sufficient public green space. There are no convenient parks within walking distance for schools, lunch, or shopping breaks. There is a small park to the east and a large park 20 minutes away by foot, which is stretched to its limits with events, recreation, and sports. Other city-owned parks are more remote and in need of development plans. The existing features of this park include concrete and asphalt surfacing, movable tables and benches, portable planters, and on-site utilities. To realize the potential of this park, we've initiated this project to design and construct an accessible and sustainable recreational space for community gathering opportunities. This design fosters a distinct sense of place in the city center, promotes community coherence, and serves as a stimulus for economic development. It will also be available as a micro festival venue or simply an enjoyable place to relax. The proposal in front of you is to transform this unappealing lot into a green space commons. The design includes inviting landscaping with a permeable sloped lawn, drought-resistant plantings, native shade trees, functional and attractive spaces such as a covered performance area, wayfinding and welcome signage, permanent seating, accessible concrete pathways, night lighting, and an interactive sundial. Culturally, the park will embrace the historic vibrancy of the downtown and reflect continuity with the nearby Tribal Cultural Center. As a community hub, it will provide a respite and gathering spot, encourage community congregation, act as a cooling space, and add engaging features to the lively city center. Project highlights include a covered performance area to extend enjoyment across all the seasons, lawn area for sitting and playing, permanent seating areas for relaxing and congregating, an interactive sundial, and planted spaces to demonstrate drought-tolerant native landscaping and provide beautification and education. This project will elevate this empty lot into a multi-use recreational destination. The proposed design incorporates an interactive sundial that will also serve as a holiday tree location, maintaining a beloved tradition in this highly visible site. In response to the community desire for native drought-resistant landscaping, this design incorporates a native prairie demonstration garden seen here in the areas outlined in pink. We are working with native plant and prairie experts, such as the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe, developing an educational, vibrant display that showcases the seasonality and tribal significance of native plants. This garden will demonstrate how to incorporate native plants into citizens' own gardens. The North Olympic Land Trust provided written support of this effort. Once established, garden maintenance will be minimal. Before designing the future of Centennial Place Park, we knew it was crucial to learn about its colorful past. We explored archives dating back to the 1800s at the S'Klallam County Historical Society and discovered that this parcel has long served as a central hub. This site has hosted festivals, gatherings, and hotels, and is marked as Sequim's original town site on Metzger maps. It is important to return this park to its role as a bustling community center. Two adjacent businesses, a popular bakery and a high-quality local home goods store, participate in design discussions and are excited to benefit from this project. The city hired a landscape architect design firm to design 3 preliminary concepts that included cost estimates. The top selection was further refined by city engineers and public works staff. The city is requesting $1.5 million from RCO and will provide 50% match. 30% design is underway and will be completed this year. When funding is obtained, the project will proceed to final design and construction with the completion goal of 2026. The project was initially branded as Sequim Understory in 2020. Methods of engagement included a survey and workshops to envision elements of a new park. Recent conceptual design work continued this effort, including a survey and a public open house. Survey responses include 52% living within walking and biking distance, 65% wanting sustainable landscaping, 67% wanting native plantings. Additionally, community engagement has included meetings with stakeholders like downtown merchants and tribal economic development leaders, and an open house was available for the general public. Local news and the city social media brought further engagement. The 2023 open house helped prioritize the most desired elements from all design concepts and launched the 30% design effort. Letters of support that we've received call out the value the community sees in this project. Jamestown S'Klallam Tribe notes, it creates a vibrant and inviting community space. The Chamber of Commerce says that creating a downtown living room for our community will be a great benefit. The Sequim Farmers Market highlights that it will enhance the city's livability, and downtown merchants value that for over 125 years, this has been the central heart of Sequim, and First Security Bank supports it as a catalyst for economic growth. Ecological elements of sustainability include stormwater infiltration via softscape, using reclaimed water for irrigation, increased tree canopy, creating cool, shady spaces, native species to create endemic pollinator habitat, and drought-tolerant plants, pardon me. Social and economic elements of sustainability include nearby access from the Olympic Discovery Trail and the local bus depot that connects this park to these major multimodal routes that span 3 counties. The improvements to the site are expected to increase downtown rural vitality, supporting COVID-19 economic recovery. Engagement with the Jamestown S'Klallam Tribe's Developing Cultural Center and with local artists will create a unique heart in Central Sequim. Cost efficiencies are captured through city ownership and existing on-site utilities that will contribute financially to the project. Momentum from this project has been building since 2013's Sequim Centennial Celebration, pictured here. The capital campaign, including grants and donations, is in development, and we are confident in its success due to strong community support and eagerness to engage with this project. Thank you for your attention to the story of Sequim Centennial Place Park. We're excited to work with RCO and other partners to build this unique outdoor recreational destination.
Thank you, Hannah. Jen, you have our first question for Hannah. Oh, Jen, did you have a question? I see your hand up.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple things. I think you covered, but just wanted to confirm. It sounds like the capital fundraising campaign is underway, so you don't have donations in hand currently.
Correct.
Is that correct? And then I was just curious. I think it's clever to use the interactive. Well, I think the interactive sundial is clever to begin with, and I think it's clever to use it for the holiday tree too. I was just wondering if you considered like planting a tree that could ultimately end up being the one that's used every year.
Well, there's many things. Public Works every year has, brought a tree in. And the issue with planting a tree is just like longevity and whether it's gonna, get affected by the underground surfacing that sometimes gets bubbled up by trees that are longer. The size you need is just so big that it would take a while to get it in that space.
Yes, it would. All right, thank you. Great project.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Al.
Good presentation, Anna. I think this is a unique space that definitely deserves some love. On slide 22, you don't need to even go there, but you mentioned permeable lawn. Is that just normal? Is that just normal turf or is that something special? I've never heard of that reference before.
It would just be, lawn space. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Just want to double check. Love the project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Hannah? Hearing no other questions for Hannah, thank you very much for coming in today and presenting.
Thank you for your time. It's a long day for you all.
So next steps, our committee will wrap up their scoring, and we anticipate having a preliminary ranked list of projects by the week after next.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks. You too. Okay. All right. So final projects, 25 reviewed, and hopefully scoring has been going well for you and you've been able to keep up using the Prism tool. So I just wanted to open it up first off for any questions that you might have. Are there any of the projects that you'd like to go back to and look at any? Oh, sorry, just getting a reminder. Yes, I'm so sorry. I forgot we need to close out the meeting for the recording. So I just jumped right in. I'm so excited to hear what you all have to say. So yes, so let's do the formal closing. So you have been watching the final day of the 2024 evaluation meeting for the Land and Water Conservation Fund. We are finished with evaluations where county and local agencies have presented project proposals for funding to develop public outdoor recreation areas and facilities. The ranked list of projects will be made available to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in October with a request for their approval to fund these projects in anticipation of potential federal funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and our grants available in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be right back, folks. Hang on.